What up, Nick? Did this get updated? Hold on. It did. It got updated again. Shit. That's funny. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. I haven't yet. When I went to bed, I looked to see how many of them had PBR in their names in the search. But when I went to bed, obviously at that point there was only a handful. Tomato started posting his stuff, and was it Rudy's Clutter? I think I saw maybe. What's up, Draco? All right. Yeah, so I read about PBR and everything last night too to get an idea of what it was all about. I'm still confused about my weird, like, silver textures. It's a bit fucking odd. I'm wondering if, because I have Tomato's complex parallax and stuff on some of his stuff, I'm wondering if some of those still had the flag turned on or something. I mean, we have his forts to download in PBR, so we'll be having new textures for that anyway. Silver textures doesn't quite roll off the tongue the same way. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue the same way. But apparently we gotta replace our farmhouse stuff. That might fix some of our issues. Listen, I'm just trying to look out for my you know, my tier 2 or tier 3 boy. I gotta look out for my own, you know? Gotta look out for my own. How you doing, Dapred? So it's official. I am definitely going to have to do something about activity and stress level, because my blood pressure is actually, it's from my usual baseline. It's gotten to the point where I gotta do something about it. we got a manual reader, so M could take it manually and not trust the machine. And it's still higher. It's higher than it should be. So I'm gonna have to find ways to get my stress under control and get a lot more activity in. Because she's a little high. Little on the high side. Not higher than yours at the moment? Why? What are you up to? Oh, you're in league hell? Yes, more than likely. What up, Mark? Oh, how is this going to work with better dynamic snow, though? Mmm. How do these new PBR things interact with better dynamic snow? But yeah, my old baseline for blood pressure was like 118 over 72, and I'm sitting at 128 over 85. So she's gone up a lot. So before it gets into pre-hypertensive, it's time to solve that problem. I'd kill to be putting up those numbers. Yeah, so I'm not trying to become hypertensive. I'm trying to avoid that. Hypertension runs in the family. Dad deals with it. Genetic. But I've got to get that in check. I'm not fixing to start catching pills at 36 years old. Fuck genetics. I'll do it myself. Yeah, how are these going to work with better dynamic snow? What file structure does this have? Is it... It's not overwriting anything? Oh, is this just like merging? So do I leave this shit on? I guess I didn't read about PBR close enough. This is only making half sense. I thought it was a complete replacer. It must be. I know, I have to update Parallax Gen because it's updated to properly generate the files now. Totally separate. Okay, so you do disable these. But then how do you get... Is it gonna... It's gonna require a complete overhaul of Better Dynamics? No. Or something similar. Unless there's a community shaders replacement at some point. How you doing, Adam? Okay. We'll figure this out. Living the dream? Hell yeah, brother. I'm pondering bringing back the exercise streams to incentivize me getting active again to try to drop this fucking blood pressure. Been pondering the positives and negatives of that. um, been pondering. Do I want to just overwrite this shit? Probably not. Probably not. Do I have an argument in here? No, not really. Okay. Not really. I mean, I could just do this. Just delete all of this shit. And then bring this over here. That'll work. Oh shit, did I accidentally... Yeah, community shaders is taking a little bit of time to, to get some features ahead of E and B, but some of this shit, this PBR shit's kind of fucking nutty. And this might very well revolutionize the next wave of Skyrim mods. Because you'll remember how often I've talked about how difficult it is to take different mod authors' work and put it into the game and have it, the light level of the texture, the color, and all that stuff match up and not look like it's like it actually goes together. PBR solves that because what it means is that when they're putting the textures and stuff together, when they're in their program, it looks the same as it will in Skyrim. So everyone is going to be able to like see the light level and all this shit in editing the way that it's going to appear in Skyrim, which means it should be a much more homogeneous kind of output from people from that standpoint anyway, which will make matching all that stuff in game so much better. Be amazing. And many people that have done textures in the last little while have already done it with this in mind. And so like tomato stuff, for example, that we've been using is recent, and Tomato already had it all set up, so we just had to turn the flag on and upload it as a new mod. And bada bing, bada boom, boom, pow, bap. Off to the races. Didn't have to do any more work than turning the flag on in the mesh. So that's super dope for the texture. Very, very interesting. Let's So, tomatoes. Yep, tomatoes is just the 2 of those for now. And then let's just search for PBR. Oh, we got 3 pages of it now. Oh, there's all sorts of new shit. A new High Hrothgar. Which is interesting, because I don't think, other than Skyrim's, I don't, or Skyrim's, Sky King stuff, I don't think I've messed with High Hrothgar. Oh, he also did a farmhouses. Riften! We don't have a Riften overdue yet, so, or a do-over yet, so that might be nice. Now I need PBR snow. That's what I need. Interesting. What is this? I feel like that's familiar to me. I've definitely been there before, yeah. I might even, I definitely have it as well, clearly. Why are you using PBR? Do you hate ENB users? What the fuck? Yeah, this was a question I had. I bet you VRAMer would be horrible to run on this. Which means out of the gate, you might want to just install lower res textures on some stuff. I'll stick to 4K for big stuff like farmhouses, because the textures get stretched a lot. Dungeons. Hey, what's up, Ariel? Stuff like that. But, trees, things of that nature, I'll start looking at 2K if I'm adding new stuff in, and just try to be smart about it. But with big overhauls like this, it could be difficult. Doing some retro gaming. Oh! Well, I appreciate you hanging out while you do your thing. Dragon Quest 2, nice. Are you just working your way through the Dragon Quests, or do you just really like Dragon Quest 2 specifically? Oh, okay, cool. Are any of these really textures, though? Not really, are they? Hmm. Korean guy. Yeah, Timothy Shamalama Ding Dong is the one true god, apparently. Listening to the latest podcast got me right in the feels. I had this whole dramatic narrated scene play out in my head, imagining you booting up the stream one day to find out no one's there. Followers it over. No king rules forever, my son. That wasn't really the intention. It's just kind of the reality of it, right? I think it goes that way for a lot of streamers, except a lot of streamers would probably, hang up the hat long before then. But yeah, that's kind of the way that it would likely go. Boot up the stream one day and nobody's showing up anymore. Well, it was a good run. A good run. What's his farmhouse like? It's all right. This is kind of intriguing. What else we got? A full PBR white run. Here's the thing: Tomato also has a white run. Hey Blubbo, you want to turn up the brightness a little bit there, big guy? I don't think it's bright enough. What are some words internet gooners have forever ruined? Oh my god, dude. I mean, things move so fast on the internet now that um stuff gets ruined so quick. PBR Aspens, based on Blubbo's Replacer. Neat. PBR water plants. So like leaves or just the actual plants themselves. Oh, okay, it's this mod. I see. I see. We baked, bro. Hell yeah, brother. Georgia's starting quarterback got hurt second quarter, so the backup who's played no snaps all year first snap is an SEC title game. You know what? Sometimes that looks fucking atrocious. Um, Sometimes you just gotta be thrown, under the bus. And then it just ends up working out okay. Pabst Blue Ribbon Willows look real bad. Oh, God. My cousin got really into PBR for a while for no, like, I can't even begin to imagine why, but it happened. It was when he was in university. And he and his dad, whenever his dad would drive out to pick him up, bring him back for the summer, they'd like fill up the car with PBR because you couldn't get it out here. And just bring home just like buckets. Oh shit. Word? That's a good one to have. Yoink. Blubbo's Riverwood 2023 PBR'd. And you can tell because it's 2 screenshots of trees. I've got my own Tundra Scrubs right now. That's not that one. I love where we're starting with these. Like, really oddly specific shit. Oh, I mean, that might be nice. I don't know if I have anything that touches that, to be honest. PBR chicken? Oh boy. Oh, it is Mihail's chicken? The cinematic cock will have never looked so good. Pabst Blue Ribbon chicken sounds horrible. Give me those CC fish. So there's Rudy's silverware. I know I have Rudy's, or I had Rudy's silverware at some point, but I don't think I'm using it anymore because I have medieval. Yeah. But this would be tempting because PBR silver will look pretty crazy. I'm not going to bother with that right now. Windhelm PBR is a meme. I'm just really dubious about I'm just really dubious about Better Dynamic Snow. 2 gigs for this? What the fuck? Oh, finally. PBR Ultra HD Ranger Kini. Wait, how did we end up searching the whole site instead of just Skyrim? Ah, there we go. Okay. All right, we can give that a whirl. I'm sure that VRAMer will get PBR updated eventually. Wait, what's overwriting Windhill? Oh, Parallax Gen. That's fine. We're gonna rerun that anyway. We'll be rerunning that anyway. Please make 2K versions too. Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of people are going to release 4K and 2K versions, but you know, I'll start with 4K. The problem with like the packs, they're like town packs, is it covers things like buildings and whatnot, and you want 4K on buildings, you want 2K on smaller things, and so you're just kind of at the, the mercy of the mod author. My wooden PC can't handle is 4K. Oh, by the time I'm done everything properly, I'm pretty sure that VRAMer will have updated to be able to uh, handle PBR files. You can afford wood? But for the meanwhile, that will mean that I'm going to have to suffer through very high VRAM situations here. Because I won't be able to use VRAM or output. Now, I thought Nichols was saying, what kind of specs are you making this for? 4080 series only and higher only? No, not really. I mean, I think there's a misunderstanding to some degree with how powerful of a PC you need to play even heavily modded Skyrim. A lot of your hurdles are going to be VRAM. So you could have a relatively inexpensive card from the last 3 or 4 years that has 16 gigs or more of VRAM, which lots of AMD cards exist that fill that bill or fit that bill, and be perfectly fine. It's the two biggest hurdles, three biggest hurdles for it would be one if you're using an ENB, right? Which I'm currently trying out community shaders. I'm gonna see how good I can make it with community shaders. I already have like most of my ENB work done. I already know what performance hit the ENB is doing on my end for that. And that's mostly from lighting, like shadows and things of that nature. If otherwise, the big hits are VRAM, draw calls. Draw calls are a Skyrim engine problem. It's not even your computer. It's just you go north of 12,000 draw calls in a given scene, and the game just slows down. And the more draw calls you have, the slower it will get. And that's not your computer, that's just Skyrim. And other than that, yeah. So it's lighting. If you're using ENB, lighting related stuff, you need a more potent graphics card for sure. If it's just kind of the nature of the beast. And then VRAM, and then draw calls. Draw calls are out of your control. That's up to the mod authors or list authors, how much they put in there, how much optimizations they do. And even if they try, there are areas in the game that are just like impossible to avoid issues like that. If you want to add anything at all outside of vanilla, like Whiterun Outskirts, just the nature of where that cell or group of grids exist, it's a fucking nightmare. It just loads so much that it crushes your frame rate by default. But yeah, I mean, I want if I'm going to do this and I finish this list, I want people to be able to play it. But I also want it to look really good. So I'm going to do my best to meet somewhere in the middle on that. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Oh, so these community shaders tweaks are not... Interesting. Yeah, see, this is still bad. That's I don't know what tweaks they did, but again, daytime is fine. Daytime was never a problem with Nat 3. But this is just bad. I'm sad because Azerite 3 weathers for snow are fucking awful. They look, it looks fucking terrible with community shaders, but at least I know this is here. I can go back to it and give her a shot if I feel like I need to, but yeah. Um, okay. Is there anything else I can think of that I'm missing here? Oh wow, it will just full send it. Why the hell is that unchecked? This whole bottom part of my list got so fucking scrambled. All right, we can give that a shot. But what it's going to mean is we're going to want to uh rerun our patches real quick. But yeah, I mean it's with parallaxer, you know, you can optimize without PBR textures because it's not going to work right now, but you can optimize texture size down quite a bit. But in order to really like cast a really wide net, you'd be very restricted because of the nature of the beast. I mean, you wouldn't really be able to add a hell of a lot. Um, you could do some minor visual overhauls and stuff, but you'd be limited, pretty severely limited. Like if you were targeting like let's say 8 gigs of VRAM, that's quite a challenge. Not impossible, but quite a challenge. Oh, is Rybash doing the thing where it's like hiding? Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, of course. Yes, right, because there's no E and B currently enabled. Derp. I believe what we want to do is disable. Yeah, it is disabled. EVT. So that's interesting. I'm wondering. I'm wondering why the EVT trees won out then again in Whiterun. This is because my custom tree patch is. Where is my custom tree patch? Oh, it's down here. Okay, yeah. Um, Although I don't know if I really need to worry about importing graphics with this. It didn't make a lot of sense. We got the load order down. We probably don't need to worry about it. What up, Myogs? Thoughts on PoE 2? I haven't played it. That being said, GGG as a developer has been firing on all cylinders. I'm going to assume that it is a hell of a game, and there will be much discussion about and lamenting about the fact that it probably missed the window. Well, it's not even the full release, so I guess it doesn't matter for Game of the Year. But from what I saw, gameplay, very promising, very Diablo 2 inspired, still very overwhelming for somebody like myself. From how they do the skill trees and things like that. But I don't know. It looked pretty damn good to me. Pilk or Exile 2. Drink Pilk or get exiled. Which choice do you make? I'm getting exiled. I got to keep it a buck. It looks. I mean, but it does. It does look like. At this point, it feels like Path of Exile's developers, GGG, understand what Diablo fans want more than more than Blizzard does at this point. And I think it's going to show when the numbers start rolling in for player counts and Diablo gets relegated to the corner. What's Diablo? Don't ask Blizzard, they wouldn't be able to tell you. Rybash has been doing some weird fucking shit as of late, where it's just sitting here not really doing anything for an eternity. Well, I don't think it was Blizzard. Like, it wasn't like, John A. Blizzard Esquire making an announcement about it. I think it was probably like what I heard was there was one or two developers from inside or some shit, or an ex Blizzard guy or some ex high-ranking Blizzard guy. I mean, listen, uh, you know, it's not a direct ripoff. It's just literally a game that's in the same genre. And on top of that, um, mimicry is the highest form of flattery, right? Well, time will tell if it holds up. Bonk. Time will tell if it holds up well and beats what's left of Overwatch 2's corpse into the ground. Oh, see that shock?
Yeah.
It's from me getting out of the chair. Remember I told you when I touched the friggin' camera, like the TV flickered? Like that. Like One Piece meets Attack on Titan up there right now. Oh. It should be because they're tied together across now. Not open. May of 2025. That went by. And the box opens. So oh, here we go. Well, I haven't eaten it, and I feel like I'd rather just, make other food, probably. Yeah, well, sit down here, and I haven't gone to open it, so it's better to go to somebody who needs it, huh? Oh, yeah, that's definitely. Oh, sophomore backup for Georgia leads Georgia to a W. Wow. Wow. Here's a bye to the semifinals. That dude's getting laid tonight. Oh, that's good cider. Let's fucking go. Oh, yeah, that's the shit. Uh, Hold on. Trying to imagine what the E and B footprints would even do. I'm just gonna take that out of there for now. Like maybe it would enable part of the mesh in footprints for tweaking. Oh yeah, some eggnog. We'll get eggnog closer to Christmas. Otherwise, M will drink too much between now and then. Oh my god, that's good. Someone posted lethal shooter meme with the caption of when someone shows America you can shoot billionaires and CEOs instead of school kids. I understand it now. That's so dark. I kind of like it though. It's kind of funny. I don't think it's wise to use my Dynalot output. But wait, did this like open and then close itself or something? What? I'm cooked. There you go. Costco and Arizona iced tea CEOs be chilling. Yeah, non-asshole CEOs suddenly looking real good. Oh shit. I gotta run Parallax Gen too. Can't forget that. Does the parallaxative create a dump? In programmatic terms, probably. How you doing tonight, Jorbach? I'm trying to formulate in my mind what my exercise routine is going to look like to start getting active again. I haven't decided just what yet. I can't jump into weightlifting. I'll shatter myself. I've got to do something else for a while. Dad's got a new a new exercise bike. Might have to hop on that bitch. Oh, wait, Adam. Fucking hell. DDP yoga? I agree. I'm gonna be trying to work that in and use that as one of my pillars as well. If only for the flexibility gains. No, it's not really a New Year's resolution thing. Um, other than the stuff I've done around the house since we've got in, and then a lot of outdoor work this year and whatnot after the wedding. And then really in general for a long while, I've been very inactive, and it's finally starting with age, starting to rear its head in terms of my general health, my baseline blood pressure has gone up high enough that I don't want it to go up any higher because it will be pre-hypertension if it goes up any higher. And so um that's a lot of that is stress. My diet's not bad, it's just stress and lack of activity. And so the most immediate solution to that is to exercise. What up, beavers? And so, it runs in the family genetically. At some point, dad was on uh, meds just before he started to have me, about my age. So, uh, if I'm gonna beat genetics as much as possible, I'm gonna need to get on it. Not as a New Year's resolution, but as a keep myself alive solution. Genetics is already up to, I know, it took my hair. That's shambles. And my knees. War Council Fitness Challenge? Fitting this dick in your mouth? um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I was talking about earlier, I was rolling around the thought of live streaming it, my workout sessions, both as a motivator for me, and then maybe motivate some of you guys out there who are also getting up there in age and maybe need a kick in the ass to get moving. I pondered whether or not I wanted to follow it up with "Don't worry, you won't have much trouble." But thank you for. What the fuck just happened there? Oh, did they change which arguments? What do you mean no more water? Oh. Was it just, does it not need the argument anymore? Oh. Oh, it hasn't. Oh. I gotcha. When it's talking about instances, is he talking about fucking profiles or like? Obviously not. Would I even need this? I'm running it from within Mod Organizer. Setting these nuts on your chin. Okay, clearly I need to go and look this up. Okay, but what instance folder? Is that for a different style of install from MO2? Or do they just want my MO2 folder in general? Ah, okay. And then you get profiles. Ah, okay. There we go. Oh god. You need to have enough RAM to be able to load all of your NIFs at once? The fuck? Zip the output. I definitely have enough memory for that. Everything getting these major updates in the last 24 hours. So fancy. Oh my lord, did I why? 77-year-old singer Iggy Pop performs topless on stage. Bro, Iggy Pop, okay, even for 77, there's a lot going on there. Dynalot and text gen outputs must be disabled prior to running parallax gen. It is recommended to generate LODs after running parallax gen with the parallax gen output enabled. Well, listen. We're not doing that here today. All right? We're doing it ass backwards. Because I don't feel like waiting an eternity for fucking text gen and Dynalod. So they still haven't caught the dude who offed Buddy yet, eh? That's kind of impressive. That man disappeared into the ether. Said I'm outie 5. I'm just surprised they They don't already have like a million camera angles or footage or anything from anywhere. He was in New York, for God's sake. Apparently, his name is Robin, and he's from a town in England called Loxley. Oh my lord. Interesting. So Parallax Gen now has its own ESP. Interesting. This is going to be broken as shit, but that's alright for now. Unless it crashes, of course, then it's not okay. Oh, they do have a picture of his face? Oh, okay. Although I suppose if he has no previous criminal record or anything like that, then it's almost entirely up to the goodwill of some other citizens to let them know who the guy is and where to find him. After 2,000 hours of Overwatch, my aim is finally getting to be somewhat serviceable. Hey, there you go. Shit, I forgot. I made that call out to, like, Pat Sajak and Vanna White or whatever in Wheel of Fortune, and I'd forgotten that Pat already left. And now Ryan Seacrest is the host. Maybe I had just, like, compartmentalized that in my mind because I couldn't actually face that reality. Maybe that was it. Just saw that Iggy Pop tweet. And my man is out there looking like E.T. I'm still a little bit confused as to how Ryan Seacrest got as big as he did in the industry. He's like the most middling host of all time. Like, regardless of... You could remove him from any project he's ever been a part of, and the product would unlikely change in any material way. It's the craziest shit. Like, he's completely just... Which, I guess in fairness, depending on what you're looking for, you want that in a host, because you don't want the show to be about the host. So I guess, you know, fair ball. But... And I don't have anything against him. I've never, like, watched a show and been like, oh, Ryan Seacrest. But, like, at the same time, also, Ryan Seacrest. Where did we eat? What save is this even trying to load? Oh, okay. There will almost guaranteed be some fuckery going on here. Wow. Oh God. Why is my VRAM not being flushed properly? Godspeed, Dapred. He's gonna escape. You can do it. You're so close. I know. I know you can see freedom. It's right there. Take it. You're hopeless. I'm siphoning your VRAM. That fort doesn't look quite right. That's Tomato's fort texture. We might be asking a lot with, still having Dindalod and shit. I think we might be getting a little wacky in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're getting wacky in here. Wacky tobacky. At least those iron bars are fixed. Man, am I really gonna have to rerun that shit? The fort needs Fortnite. Fortnite taking over the world, apparently. It's just gonna be like every... Oh, it's power fucked. It's gonna be every game all at the same time. Oh, there's definitely some weird fuckery going on here. And again, this weather mod is just so bad for snow. At least snowblind. I could just disable snowblind and rely on tomatoes, snow. Which is fine, there's nothing really inherently wrong with tomatoes' snow texture. It's not bad. Snowblinds is just the best that I've seen. Community Shader's water looking really good, though. Listen here, shithead. How are we doing on, like... Yeah, okay. Looks about the same. Alright. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to rerun some stuff, because some of these textures are just gonna be super borked. Yeah. Dindalod, yeah, see. So, that's unfortunate. Oh, okay, I gotcha. So you can increase the sample for that. Nice. 0.01. Oh, so you can change the... like the level of accuracy. Nice. Sir? I'm busy. Wait, hold on. Oh, is that just straight up coincidence? Looks like it. Okay. Great. Save those. There we go. The grass might be like a little bright. Not by a lot, but maybe a little. Just take a little off the top. I mean, this looks really great. I just wish that the snow wasn't so fucking blown out. I mean, it's possible with Create that I'll be able to come up with something to remedy that, but I'm uncertain. It's so odd, too, because, like, everything here is just, you know, so well exposed, and then the snow is just a fucking mess. Did you pause the live stream? Beavers? Yeah, that would be difficult. So Dindalot on the building looks fine, but because the textures are actually fucked when we get closer, that building is gonna get weird. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Amazing. This really is like... Far Cry. Where everything is just constantly finding me to come kill me. Waiting for the giant to show up next. .5 is probably fine. And then bring down the overall brightness a bit. That's a bit better. Not so glowy. One Piece upstairs right now sounding like Dragon Ball Z. Somebody sounds like they're powering up there right now. I think for the sake of frame rate, I might, if we're gonna have to rerun Dindalod, I might bring the grass down a little bit more, like the distant grass. Maybe to, you know, I think we're at 25 right now. Maybe I'll try it at 15. Or 15 or 18. Yeah, 15. Take another 10% off. Yeah, well, I mean, anime really took a weird turn there for a while. I think that there's a lot more quality anime here in the last few years than during the darkest period of time in anime, but which feels like the darkest period of time was like, you know, 2017 through 2022. Like, that 5-year stretch was real down bad. The darkest time was when you were picked on in school for watching it? No, I just mean in terms of quality. But yeah, it's definitely not, you know, admitting you watch anime is not the life-ending admission it used to be. For sure. That, even with that, this shit's still fucked. That's so funny to me. Yeah, I'm wondering if better dynamic snow is just not... Well, I mean, it looks like it's working okay. But, stuff still looks a little bit wackadoodle. We're getting some odd results here. But I can't really be too judgmental until we, properly rerun everything.
Hey, watch it. We fight to make our land great once more. To raise up strong, noble thanes and lay low false jarls and the cowards who hide behind them.
That frame drop. I think that's just, a lot of that's because of the LODs being able to be loaded outside. I need to get rid of, I think there's a, I don't know if it's in text gen or LOD gen, but there is a, that idle marker still here? That's weird. But there is a setting that determines whether or not stuff is marked to have grass outside. Outside of the walls. Did the load order of Windhelm get all fucking weird or something? Or did I just, like, miss stuff somehow? Like, really badly. There's definitely a lot of extra shit being drawn outside of Windhelm that just does not need to be drawn outside of Windhelm. Warming your hands up on the Raven. That is one choice. Yeah, I would love to know what... Ah, Dindalod is doing it. Really? Dindalod put that back in there. Huh. Interesting.
Chops and steaks fit for a jarl. Come and see my selection of the finest
Fresh baked loaves, still warm from the oven.
And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people!
Maybe the solution for now is to, is to just disable Dindalod. We're not gonna, nothing's gonna look as good, but just to be able to see what textures and stuff are looking like. Because all this stuff is wackadoodle. Yeah, base last changed by Dindalod. So I'm just gonna save here. Law gen's fine. That can stay on. It's not hurting anything. Bless you. Okay, babe. Ah, when this song is ruined forever. Yeah. Oh wait, I think I was supposed to save in an interior cell for Dindalod before removing it. Oops. That's probably not going to work well. Yeah. Yeah, Tomato's stuff is all buggered still, even with all this stuff turned off.
I could take over for you.
Not yet, darling. I need to keep forging, and you need to keep watching.
Don't worry, I am.
Interesting. Yeah, oh my god. It's all broken up. Hey, welcome back, Zero. 108 team, the prime. Thank you, sir. You know, all these textures are fucked. Okay. But why? I wonder if it's some base object swapper shit or something. I don't know if I can. Hey, what's up, Magical? How you doing? Not doing too bad. Trying to figure out this new community shaders PBR stuff. It's giving me some shit. Um, just trying to figure out why and what is causing any kind of conflicts with these new textures. Nothing's overwriting any of it. Very odd. Very odd indeed. Let's leave that unchecked. One of my concerns about moving this to community shaders, although like I'm obviously this is a separate list entirely, is stuff like this. It's just like there. It seems like I'd have to go back through my list and start just fucking removing a bunch of stuff, or at least modifying some of it because there's obviously stuff that's just not playing nice. Oh, one of those is the remote for the fan, babe. And the other one was light bulb. I gotta throw that light bulb out because I just had to get replacements for it, which I did. The plan with that was to well, I've got to wait until Smitty is available, but that obviously got delayed a bit. Um, yeah, we did two in the living room and then one in each bedroom. Although you might have to like drag the um power bar over closer to the window to get it to work, babe. trying to think of like what else could possibly be causing some of these issues. The only thing I could think of when it comes to the PBR stuff is that there could be other mods in the list that are also interacting with those textures, even via like a patch of some kind, and it's interfering. But that can't be it, because if that was the case, we'd be seeing conflicts. We'd be seeing that it was being overwritten or writing over top of something else, but they're not. Which is confusing. Wait, what? Assad has fled the capital of Damascus. Bro, this month just keeps getting more and more wild. Hello? Parallax Gen? Hello? Bro, the Avengers got together and updated all at the same time and broke everything. Really, we're gonna hang at 99%? Come on, man. Ah, good try, Jorbach. Bueller. Bueller. I'll tell you one thing, I'm getting real tired of running these like 5 fucking programs over and over and over and over and over again, just trying to fucking get this shit to just to test some stuff. I love this process of modding, it's fantastic, but this part is just fuck me, dude. It's just after a while you start to go a little loopy. Why does Parallax Gen not like Saints and Seducers? That's a great question. Most of these look like it's because the names don't have non-ASCII characters. You can see the little degree symbol up there. It's possible that some of those are done intentionally to have Parallax Gen skip them. I don't know. But, yeah. That's what most of that looked like on a few cases, was just didn't have proper ASCII characters. Skyline landscape are used with diffuse normal textures. Yes. Rallies, Solstheim. Diffuse normal. Yes, yes, yes. All right. If this doesn't work, then I'm properly confused. I'll even start a new file. Just to make it happy. Nope. Oh, this is still power fucked in here. May I ask, what the fuck did they do to Parallax Gen? Or what the fuck did they do? Now, this is farm interior, so this is like, this is Tomatoes PBR. Whatever the fuck is going on here. I've got nothing that's interfering with it. Not Dindalod, not anything at all. Nothing's overwriting anything. Parallax Gen has been freshly ran on it. Everything's fine from that regard. Parallax Gen's output ESPs at the top of the list. Nothing is overwriting the plugin. And it's still looking like everything's broken. On a new file. Yeah, it's all busted up. So I don't know what's going on with that shit. But we've unchecked, I mean nothing, again, nothing is overwriting the PBR textures. Nothing, they aren't even overwriting anything themselves. I've removed all of the other associated textures for like farmhouse or whatever else. It's all gone. Brand spanking new Parallax Gen with the updated Parallax Gen EXE. And it's fucked. So what would possibly conflict with any of that? There's nothing overwriting anything. My only guess is Better Dynamic Snow, but I don't think Better Dynamic Snow is... Well, I mean, it doesn't apply absolutely everywhere, so... Hmm. And what's that, Zeth? Oh, God, that's a choice. While you're here, though, Zeth, M is wondering if you have recommendations for the best matcha that you can get your hands on at a reasonable price. Just base matcha, not flavored. I wonder if auto parallax needs to be updated too. Maybe that's a problem. Nope. Oh, maybe that's it. Hold on. Don't delete it, just uncheck it, Adam. Don't be a maniac. Yeah, that'd be great, Zeth. If you run Parallax Gen with upgrade shaders option, it's unnecessary. Okay, well, we can try that too. Um, yeah, geez, I mean, I'm running out of ideas. Thanks, Seth. Okay, so there are like several options here, right? Tea House Edition, Barista or Barista Edition. If she's aiming to do, you know, a mix of hot and iced options for matcha, is there one of these that she should stick to? Maybe the barista one? Yeah, she's not baking with it, no. It looks like the barista edition is. I mean, they both look like they're making like fucking lattes with them. I'm not. After reading the description, I'm struggling to see the difference between tea house and barista editions, other than $5. I have to understand that M is Filipina and bitter is a positive thing. You know, they eat bitter melon. Oh, I see. One's pure, one's got a bit of additives. Okay. Is there like a certain amount that constitutes a matcha scoop? Or like a recommended? I'm sure they have like serving sizes. Like, I'm trying to think of if she's just using like a fucking tablespoon or something and going, or like a teaspoon, heaping teaspoon, or. I use two 2 gram scoops per cup. Okay. And how much, when you're saying cup, are you meaning saying a cup of liquid or a cup of tea? And then, so like, how much liquid are we talking about? Do you figure? Eight to 10 ounce count, a cup of liquid? Okay. Standard mug situation. Is there a temperature matcha likes to be done at? Is it like 180 or something like 190? Fahrenheit, of course. 80 C? What is that in freedom units? Because that's what my friggin' uh, kettle is set to. I think. I think it is. Yeah, it is. It is in Fahrenheit. Um, Let's see here. $176. I was close. $180. Given the cup will be likely cool because of our space, I'll set it to maybe 180. Because the cup's going to take a lot of heat out of the water almost immediately. But I could also experiment and leave it at 175, but the cup is typically cold. Because our house is not kept like boiling hot. The mug is usually quite cool. But that's if you go water first, because if you put the matcha in the mug first and then pour the water on top, the mug, it doesn't matter. Because it's still going to scorch the matcha, at least the matcha on top. Oh, it might have been auto parallax fucking it up. Because that's looking fine now. Does Em know how to properly prepare matcha to drink? Almost certainly not. So if you've got, like, an available, easy to follow guide of sorts, I'm sure she'd appreciate it. Although, again, yeah, a lot of it's likely to be iced matchas a lot of the time, but she will do warm matchas in the winter, I'm sure. Two simple steps? Fantastic. Hit me. Oh, I see. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, there's matcha whisks, yeah? Melty corners, man. Never escape them. Yeah, she's got one of those little tiny, like, electric stainless steel head thingamabobbers for, like, as, like, a frother mixer thing. My life to have terrain blending back. Things are gonna look a little strange because we're not gonna have any LODs this time around. But it at least guarantees that we can see what stuff looks like without the interference of Dynalod. Yeah, I can set our kettle. That's a nice kettle. Pure stainless inside, no plastic touches the water. And I can set, I can set the temperature, cutoff. Yeah, I was reading that, Jorbach. Like, what the fuck? We're just out here Skyrimming and, incredibly important world events are happening at the same time.
I've been looking for you. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Yeah, he, straight up fled the country. And the fall of the regime apparently has, been more or less confirmed.
Wait, so a costume? You're not serious.
Did the courier take a bath?
Sure I am.
Looks a little different, no?
Tree branches, paint them white, and then tie them.
Without Dindalod, to do underside shadows,
No one's gonna believe that you're
look at that.
Skyrim.
Everything's like lit
Go kill 'em.
with no underside shadow at all.
Oh yeah? And what would you rather do?
Well, we play tag. You're it.
Hey, no fair.
Cringe.
Stump.
High quality chicken lighting. Some of it too is the exterior lighting has changed pretty dramatically, and so that will change. And also the subsurface scattering on skin is no longer being handled by ENB. So there's a few things that would have exacerbated the facial dirt textures that are no longer in play right now. That would be my best guess. Those cube maps be cube mapping. I mean, really, up underneath of that should be more or less filled in, at least. Water normal perturbation scale. How perturbed. I'm going to play through a modded HL2 again. Who should my Dr. Breen be? The Tony Soprano mod is pretty good. There's a Tony Soprano mod for that? What? Okay. Good night, Ariel. That's fucking hilarious. Tony Soprano? Oh my god. So, I don't know if there's anyone in the chat that knows the answer to this at the moment. I don't think Nichols is here and he may know. Is there... there doesn't seem to be much ambient occlusion going on here. Am I supposed to rely on the game's own ambient occlusion if I'm using community shaders? Also, some of this shit still looks like it's whacked out. I'm trying to figure that out. It looks like that's the case. Because there's really not a hell of a lot of ambient occlusion going on. I mean, we have screen space shadows, but that's not really the same thing. The billboards are back, there's no Dynalod. Looking at a swimming chicken right now. It's quite something. Water effects. We have no control over water effects. Hmm. Man, I don't know, I'd have to... Hmm. The volumetrics on this weather mod are just... a little overkill sometimes. Let me see what we got here.
Get him. Kill him.
Hmm. Not all that noticeable, honestly. Is it? Oh yeah, okay. The look at this guy. He's trying to come up with a way. Look, look, look. Come here. For God's sake. Yeah, I'm interested in whether or not I can, modify... Hmm... Is it... Oh God. Okay. So if I bring that down, but I bring... Oh yeah, I see. I see. You can only do that so much. Like, what if we did 1.3? Okay, and they've desaturated a bit as well. I wonder if they've desaturated most of these the same. Oh, shit. Okay, so it's because they're also using some bloom. So that's the original. So sunlight scale 2, brightness, desaturation, everything, all that's fine. But they've got some bloom in here. If I just get rid of the bloom, or heavily reduce it. Fucking Jorbach. Oh god, yeah, that's it, right there. So if I do 0.05, just for the slightest hint. That could be the secret to us salvaging this with Snowblind. It could just very well be that their bloom scale was too high. It still might not be enough. Like, shockingly. That's a bit nicer, I think. That might help us a little bit with how blown out some snow is, but I still don't think it's going to be perfect. We can go test it in winter hold. But for an overcast... actually, this is almost the heaviest cloud you can get. And of course, I had 2 at the end of it for no reason now. Oh shit, it's the yet-to-be-fixed traveling merchant. Well, I'll fix your hair someday. I can't promise you exactly when, but eventually. Thank you for that follow, Darkened Beast. Alright, let's go check out how bad this... Oh, shit. This, snow is now. But, having learned that, I think I can just use create almost like I was using E and B to, tweak those values per weather. It's still a fucking mess. It's better than it was. It's still a mess. Sadly, eye adaptation strength doesn't seem to be doing anything for us here. I mean, I might have to just axe bloom altogether, which honestly is not the end of the world. Oh god. So I can dim the snow down a bit with this. As well. Some ideas for mods, like different ones. It's always the same ones that I see, like trees, textures, grass. So when are you asking for different different mods in the sense of just different recommendations for tree mods, different recommendations for grass mods, instead of the ones that you see everyone else using? Or do you mean just suggesting mods that are more than visual mods? For different mods, I have a lot of graphic ones. Well, so you're looking for like gameplay altering stuff.
I haven't seen you. Understood. If it's can't say they're entirely wrong
Your
with that.
biggest change, your biggest changes are likely to come from choosing whether or not you want to unlevel Skyrim, meaning enemies and whatnot no longer level with your character, but instead are just set to a level at the beginning, kind of like Dark Souls. So you've got that as an option. Or you can go more of a vanilla style, which would be Simon Rim, the Simon Rim suite of mods, which does a whole bunch of different alterations. I'm using predominantly a lot of Simon Rim. So if you go to Nexus mods and search for Simon Rim, you can do that. What in the wide world of sports is going on in here? Testing out community shaders on the list. Seeing what the... Cool. Seeing what kind of options we're working with. See what we can, how good we can make it look. Blazing Saddles. It's a good movie. Yeah, major, of course, last night is when I decided to try this, and I had just finished installing everything, and in true Adam fashion, it was right before they put up all the updates for community shaders. So, we've been messing around with it. God, there is so much promise in here, and then it just feels like you're right on the cusp of greatness, and then you're just kind of Like, I don't, like, you're just kind of cucked. It's so weird. Do you spend more time modding Skyrim than playing it? Yes. Because it's more like modding Skyrim is like working on, like, a Warhammer 40k army set, or building models, or something like that. That's kind of what it's akin to, so it's an activity in and of itself. Playing Skyrim can be fun, absolutely, and enjoying the fruits of your labor when you've been modding it is, awesome, but, it's kind of like that. Alternate start mods for potions. Yeah, so there's 2 major alternate start mods. There's that you can choose from. Alternate perspective, which is what I have on my list, and then there's alternate. I can't remember what the other one's called now. Either way, you got 2 main ones to choose from there, and beyond that, when it comes to, like, potion mods and things in terms of how the, you know, effects and whatnot, that's all going to depend on your overhauls. So like I said, I would highly suggest checking out, Simon Rim's suite of mods, because Simon and the crew there have done many different mods that overhaul many different aspects of the game. I'm trying to figure out why my snow is this color. I'm going to assume it is the weather mods LUT. Maybe. Adam. Oh, totally. Yes, you should. Yeah, without question. Something about community shaders just makes this snow look like dog shit, and I can't quite figure out the solution. But what are you up to tonight, Sky King? You got any interesting projects on the go? You, been reading up on, this PBR, newfangled PBR shenanigans for, some of the textures that you've put together? Christmas shopping! Oh boy. I figured you've known about PBR for a long while now. Well, it took me a while to figure it out, but auto parallax being left on was totally fucking a bunch of textures with PBR, but I solved that, so yay. How does it work with better dynamic snow? Because with complex materials or whatever, I've had to, obviously there are patches for better dynamic snow oftentimes to try to get it to work properly. And of course I have Tomato's PBR farmhouse, so I wanted to try it out today and whatnot, but I've been uncertain as to how it interacts with better dynamic snow. Also, I feel like my mints. Also, I feel like there's probably a bunch of other mods that I no longer need to be running for the community shader set. Yeah, that I read about. Converting current textures over, no bueno. And, you know, fair enough.
Yes.
I just feel like with community shaders, I've got 5 different versions of white going on right now. Like my tree snow used to match my ground snow better, but now they're definitely 2 different shades. I have all the raw files for my mods. I just need to remake all the mods. I won't, but that's what needs to happen. You can try to convert textures like a height map to a displacement map. Try to convert a diffuse to an AO map, but it will be bad. Mod authors will try this, cheat, and it won't be good. I also suspect that's going to be what happened. When I read that, I was like, how many people are actually going to go back through and do it? Tomato, I guess, is getting away. Yeah, this is just a totally different color now. Tomato is getting away with murder a bit, if only because when Tomato made some of the more recent texture mods, I guess he did it in the PBR pipeline and just didn't have PBR enabled in the textures. So he's escaping a bit with that. I just cannot get happy looking snow with community shaders. Or, well, in this instance, it's probably more about the weather mod lighting than anything. Not community shaders per se. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to using Tomato's stuff in that regard. So, yeah, but understandable that it doesn't work quite like that. But yeah, do you have any idea about how PBR related stuff interacts with, you know, like better dynamic snow? Oh, did you? Did you pick up a 416? Dope. Dude, they're fucking amazing microphones. Amazing. I mean, like any shotgun, you actually have to, like, point it in an appropriate direction. And you do have to be careful. The pattern on them is very tight towards the front, obviously, but it does have a bit of an open pattern to the very back of it. So if you have it set up similar to this, have a cloud in the ceiling, some sort of absorber. Got enough mods yet? No. Actually, yes. I mean, I'm really, in the grand scheme of things, I haven't really added more mods in quite some time. But how you doing, Delix? God, I cannot wait for terrain blending. Community shaders. Not having terrain blending is sucking the soul from my body. I'm not doing too bad. I will say, in some ways, Community Shader's current water is nicer than E and B, and it's because of how they're doing cube maps and reflections. I do wish I had a little bit more control over, you know, wave action and things like that, but, you know. Oh. Fucking excuse me? Has something in my load order already interfered with... Huh. Easy to fix. Just don't know why it's there. I'm wondering if my patch is buggered. Oh no, the house is there. Ha! Past the time, even? Those stones don't look right. Somehow. Not sure how to exactly describe why, but... something ain't right. Oh, you know, well, I mean, I do have the new Windhelm PBR thing. And I can't fully fucking tell if these are... Oh, that looks like an intentional texture. Hold on. Well, if they're wrong... Hold on one sec. Fucking weird. You just remove that PBR set, I guess. I don't know. I was toggling the shit on and off, by the way. If you're wondering, you're like, what the fuck? Well. Yeah, there's no shadows, like fucking anywhere. And I don't know if that's because Community Shaders relies on using the game's ambient occlusion. It has screen space shadows. Like, that's a thing. Alright. Which is sort of ambient occlusion. I'm not fully understanding what's going on in terms of like these interior spaces looking so whatever the fuck.
They say the college has been snooping.
Well, they
around
did
the
remove normal map shadows in
can
this release of Community Shaders, if memory serves. I don't know if maybe that's part of it. We're here for you, Drekka. In the background, always. Yeah, no, the texturing ends up being very odd, for sure. Tell you one thing, Community Shaders didn't make my frame rate in Whiterun any better.
I just can't fill an order that size on my own. Why don't you swallow that stubborn pride?
Did not improve that in the slightest.
What's so good about it, huh?
Oh, the finest cuts. Good day. From the wild.
Baubles for sale. All crafted by the best blacksmith in Skyrim.
I know your family's honor is important to you, but we can't afford it.
It took me weeks to find that thing.
Alborn, give me
Can't
your
stop.
money.
And I can't get the sword on my own.
I don't have any money.
You better give me 5 seconds right now. I'm gonna bloody your nose and
I won't be here when you return.
There is
Saphir. Wait.
so... You know what? You know what's just driving me crazy? Is that this whole thing, like the Community Shaders and stuff, this is like right on the fucking cusp of greatness. Like, it's right there. It is on the razor's edge. And there's just enough Like, it's not even that it's broken. Like, I'm like, nothing is really broken per se. Not in any meaningful way. And a lot of what could be glitching here could very well just be my own load order for all I know. Which is not that much visibly fucked to begin with. No more than usual with melty corners, which is just like, you know, my life. But like, it is so painfully close. And the performance is so good for the visuals that it provides. That it just...
Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward.
I'll tell you one thing that's odd. It doesn't seem to notice any point lights anywhere. Really? There are 22 clustered light count, 0 particle lights. Although I guess that makes sense in here right now. But, downside to this, and community, shaders. We have no control over point light strength. Like, the lighting difference between turning on and off community shaders in here is... I mean, you'd almost have to... You almost have to pixel peep. In the short time I've been watching it, I have no desire to go to community shaders. Community shaders looks really good in a very specific circumstance right now. And that is daytime lighting out in the rift or whatever the fuck. It looks great. But it struggles with dynamic range. In fairness to them, I think they've now baked HDR in, so... But the weather mods now have to bake in HDR to their LUTs that they come with. For that to be properly utilized. But dynamic range is lacking in spots. There are things that they have been prioritizing that I would maybe have not prioritized.
I've got all sorts of weapons.
Why am I suddenly getting...
What can I get you?
That's interesting. That's new. Yeah, for me, for visual impact, I definitely would have preferred to see them prioritize, terrain blending. For sure. Like this out here. This stuff, you're out in the woods, you're out in the sun, and, you know, it looks great. And it performs great. Like, the difference between this and E and B out here is minimal enough. I don't have Dying-to-Lot on, which is why everything's popping in. Minimal enough that I personally couldn't fucking care less. This looks plenty good. If I'm gonna get 60 FPS everywhere and it looked like this, I am rock hard. I'm ready to go. The problem is, this level of visual does not extend nearly everywhere else. So, in city spaces, in interiors, even with the legendary Lux interior, you know, with using a lighter profile, because you have to, because you have no ENB to brighten the scenes, you have to start at a higher light level. You're not getting that, say, you know, this level of visual fidelity. A lot of that is, again, because of the dynamic range, is just struggles in spots. Night times look great. Rainy weathers look great. Got no issues with those. Those look fantastic. Great darkness levels at those times. Big plus is that with community shaders, because of how it works, the character's light level is not fucked like it is with E and B, which means detection is not fucked. Which means stuff like Raid works by default without any real major fixes required. So that's a, you know, that's a nice sizable benefit. But yeah, I mean, this I'm perfectly happy with. I get this level of visual fidelity everywhere else in the game. I leave E and B behind. Like that. Because I'm getting infinitely more performance. Buttery fucking smooth. No problems whatsoever. And that's also with Dying-to-Lot. Like, the full thing, to the tits, there were like 2 spots on the map that we dropped below 60 FPS. Still no AO? Yeah, but I want you to be honest with yourself. I know you're looking through this on a stream. Like... Like, are you really looking at this scene and going, man, I just couldn't live. I just, you know, if I had AO, but I had 40 frames per second instead of 60, I can't. Personally, and I'm a snob, I wouldn't be even remotely bothered. If this kind of fidelity held up everywhere. But it doesn't. It just doesn't. Like, I get that the shadows without AO are lacking, and so it does end up reading as a flatter image. But if I'm going to take everything in holistically, right? Like, if I'm going to look at this holistically, and I see that I'm playing in 4K, and if I had my LODs enabled, I'd have literally about 300 trees on screen at once. I'd get this 60 FPS. I'm not personally... I mean, would I like it? Yes. And they are working on ambient occlusion, to my knowledge. And I'm sure you would know that they are. But, like, would I be that worried? Probably not. I mean, my god. This looks fucking fantastic. I cleared green screen. Good job, me. Definitely the biggest plus that I was talking about earlier. Water reflections are handled infinitely better. Because they're like, I think they're actually just legitimate cube map, like honest to God, closer to like legitimate reflections versus the fake weird ENB shit. But yeah, for like the average user, if I showed them an image of this, right? Like the average Skyrim enjoyer said, hey, if your Skyrim looked like this, is there anything that you'd like to add? The average user is a moron? What the? Respectfully, Tank, shut the fuck up. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter the user's intelligence level. All that matters is do they think that this looks good and would be happy with it. Nobody is going to say this looks worse than stock Skyrim. It doesn't. It's objective. Nobody is going... The average user playing this versus the ENB, you would have to A/B test an image side by side for them to be able to actually point at what the differences are. The average user wouldn't see it. Now, for people that pixel peep or do texture work for 15 years, or work with the ins and outs of pieces of graphical hardware, you might look at the image and go, oh, I see that the normal maps are not handling light properly, and the ambient occlusion is lacking or devoid of being in the scene altogether, and this is out of what. But that's like the 0.01%. And if you're like out here trying to make a game playable by a great number of people that looks objectively good and has phenomenal performance, then this is it. If I could get everything else, if I got terrain blending and I had this level of visual fidelity everywhere and I got 60 FPS in 4K with 8,000 hand-placed trees throughout the entirety of this map, and then I could disseminate that to the masses, where being out in the wild is sub 15 gigs of VRAM with everything cranked to the tits 4K. Done. 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 The old light right through the map meme. 16 times the detail. The community shaders coming out this deep into the game is unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? This and PBR, things of that nature, the upshot to that is that I have to imagine sometimes, in order to spark a bit of life in the modding community, new fancy tools that allow for new fancy things have to come around to, get the people going. And so maybe it's for the best that this didn't just come out immediately or a long time ago, because from what I've understood, the modding community has been a bit, bit of a dry spell, bit of a slow burn. A lot of the really major, well-respected mod authors have slowed or stepped away for any number of reasons. Chiefly, I don't know, probably having been doing it for a decade in some instances. But nevertheless, it's stagnated a bit comparatively speaking. It's also a 13-year-old game. Immersion Rune. But having a new fancy tool show up and with great possibilities, and if community shaders is anything, it is full of possibilities. There are this level of performance with this level of visual uplift, and stuff like PBR normalizing mod visuals in many kind of mechanical ways that will make many mod lists look less like, individually placed mods that are really obviously from totally different mod packs, etc., etc. That kind of thing, I think, is going to be possibly a halfway decent spark. But they need to keep at it, because some of these things, like Sky King was pointing out, of course, earlier, is that, ultimately, you can, but you shouldn't. Won't stop people from trying. Try to just take existing textures, for example, or assets, and try to flip them into the PBR, workflow. It just doesn't work out. It technically work, but the results won't be great, but many people will do it. That, the dual-edged sword here will be that it may spark legendary texture authors like our very own Sky King here and others who can see the possibilities in PBR and community shaders eventually to produce new, exciting, performant, and gorgeous assets to keep the community going for a while longer. Because we all know we're rocking Skyrim for a hot minute yet. Elder Scrolls 6 ain't here for a hot minute. We got some time. We gotta carry, I say we, but it's not me. We gotta carry these poor bastards for quite some time yet. Anywho. Oh yeah, I forgot that I still had the weird see-through moons. I had this issue before with my moon mod. And I don't remember what my solution was? Anyway. Not a core issue right now. Core issue right now is that I don't think I can take community shaders any further at the moment. I love it. I think that there's a lot of promise here, and it's awfully fucking close. I'm a little sad, because I was willing to give up a lot, for real, to get performance. but there are things here that I just can't, there's no compromise. It's literally just completely, void. The things are just not there. So, I don't think there's much I can do for now. I gotta wait a little longer. Yeah, because like I'm, you know, I've only been doing the E&B thing on my list for, you know, a couple months, and I'm already tired of it. I'm sure people who have been dicking around with E&B for ages are more than ready to leave it, but yeah. What's up, B-Man? How you doing, brother? Well, yeah, I only just installed community shaders, but it doesn't take very, I mean, look, bro. There's not a lot here. I mean, I can figure out very quickly whether or not I can make it work, right? Between this and then all that I can do, and in fairness, not to community shaders, but in you know, props to the creator of Create, I can get some E&B-like tweaks per weather using Create that makes up for community shaders' lack of per weather modifications. Anywhere from volumetrics to volumetric lighting color to sun strength, sky strength, grass, or any tons of little bitty things that are not quite as potent as E&B, but close in conjunction with community shaders. But I can't, like, interiors don't get any better than they are now. Point lights, I have no ability to strengthen or dim point lights. They're just all one color, or sorry, one strength, and that strength is weaker than my left arm. Yeah, it's so close. It's so close. Does it feel like when you tweak something in the E&B, it breaks something else and it can never be balanced? Yeah, E&B, I mean, from what I have experienced in my time, doing this list, the thing that I've come to learn, and this applies to E&B and it applies to just modding Skyrim in general, is that there is no perfect. Because of how everything is kind of bolted on to this weary, beaten down, desolate wasteland of an engine, it's the law of equivalent exchange. You're going to get something that looks really good, but in order to make that thing look really good, something else is going to look like dog shit. And so you either have one thing look good and one thing look bad, or you have everything just kind of look eh. You weren't able to complain about... Oh, it's not about complexity. I wasn't talking about complexity or complaint. It's the menus are great in community shaders. I think they're fucking amazing. They're way fucking better than E&B's. I just mean there's not that much to do. So like it's easy to figure out when you've hit your maximum. E&B has a shitload more, fuckload more going on per weather, like per cell. Fucking minute detail. A ton of stuff. And so it takes a lot longer to figure out where your limits are. Community shaders, it's like you've got a few knobs to tweak and you've hit a wall before you start using tools like Create or injecting other shaders like with Reshade or whatever the fuck to try to make up for whatever other thing you want to try to pull off. It's just, there's just not enough there, so it just doesn't take very long to figure that out. need to pull this stuff back in. And then I need to... There. And then we flip back over here. Now, why in the shit did that get all fucked up? What's the point of having profiles in this fucking program? I'll be right back. Use the walk. Did I just paste an INI file? Yes, I did. And no, it will be fine because it's my backed up ENB INI files, which houses all of my ENB settings, which is why I have them backed up for that purpose. But all this shit. What is going on over here? Why did all of this... Oh, why are these carrying across profiles? What the fuck? Weird. The rest of these are fine to include. Thought I had water for E and B. Water for E and B should be way up here somewhere anyway. Like just before the bash patch. And then there's the flat map. Yeah, flat map does not like Dondalot at all. I've got to get that above. Uh... Where is the flat map framework? I'm very confused as to why water for E and B will not go any further up this list. Is it because it's being one of these patches is fucking like landscape? But no, this is not a master thing. Yeah, flat map framework for fantasy maps specifically. Typically, you have to get a lot of stuff. You have to get most of it in its patches up towards the top. Especially with, it makes sense with Dindalod because Dindalod modifies the LODs, which typically would also affect Skyrim's map because Skyrim's map is just LOD 32 from a bird's eye view. Why is this not able to go any higher? It's got to be because of landscape patcher. It's not? Oh no, it is. It is landscape patcher. Okay. So that means that... And then Dindalod is also... Of course! Um... Interesting. Oh, maybe it's okay with Dindalod if I just put it... above? I just noticed the Computer Player 1 in the title bar brought back some Two Hats memories. What's up, Kagami? Two Hats McNofucks. A classic. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to the 7th circle of Skyrim modding hell. Am I in the CS Discord? No. I barely have enough time for my own Discord. I don't get to spend much time in other Discords. I'll just let them cook for a bit. If I get too hung up on CS right now when it's not really like primed up, but it's close, then I'm just gonna waste too much time, I think. So I'll just let them cook a bit longer. But not terrain blending. So what do you think that they've got cooking up in beta that would solve some problems? What are you thinking? Oh, maybe it's because I don't have it. I'm not using like a portable version or whatever. I'm not getting two totally separate profiles. They're still just throwing everything into one. That's mildly annoying. Ambient occlusion, SSGI, I don't need. I did read that they're working on it. Ambient occlusion, sure, yeah. Skylighting, I know they've been working on. Terrain shadows. No terrain blending yet. Parallax, perform at better shadows. Yeah, that would be neat to see. Don't worry about getting it to me right now. I'll let things simmer a bit, but I appreciate it. I'll definitely, if I get the itch, I'll let you know. You never know, I could wake up one day and just be like, fuck it, I desperately need to see what's coming down the pipe, but let's let them cook a bit. Uh oh boy, I'm probably gonna want to run Bash Patch again. Probably. Probably. Yeah, Tank, it's safe to say that if there is a Skyrim modding related thing worth knowing about or being involved in some way, shape, or form, Sky King is going to be on the short list. He's quite literally one of the most prolific, well-known texture mod authors for Skyrim for like the last decade. So whatever there is to likely need to know, he would likely know it if it's worth knowing. I know I'm missing something here though. Here. Yes, Sky King is Himothy. Yes, very true. True and factual. What's up, Will Wine? How you doing, brother? I'm good, man. We just got finished, messing around with some of the community shader stuff. It's looking real good, but it's just not quite ready for the prime time for me to spend too much more time on it. I'm happy I tried it out and, got used to it. I need to give it a little bit more time to cook. The one and only, it's true. Sky King has been very generous with his time here and has helped me a lot. In this mad journey. I'm not generous with my time. I'm bored, so I'm here. I'm gonna put that on my headstone. Oh, the old Amazon shopping. The dream. No, I decided to not stick with CS for now. I have a separate profile now for it with a separate weather mod and all that stuff. But it's not necessarily ready for the prime time yet. It's really good. I love the water, despite the fact that you don't really get control over the wave action. But I love the water. The reflections are great. I think that it does general lighting quite well. You know, it does obviously lack, like we were talking about earlier, it lacks ambient occlusion, but that's like the least of its worries. When interior lighting is lacking, point lighting is really bad. Like for me, the point lighting might be, you know, for me, my concerns are probably like point lighting and point lighting control. And then like terrain blending, ambient occlusion, and then everything else is like cream. You know, it'd just be fucking cherry on top. You know, you're talking about cloud shadows, sky lighting, you know, shit like that. Community shaders, yes. Trying to make Wobbajack mod list. Do any of you have any experience with that and need help in the Discord server for it is kind of quiet at the moment? I have zero experience in doing Wobbajack mod list creation. I have to assume there's at least a couple of videos on YouTube for it. Oh, another downside to community shaders right now, although it won't be like that forever, I'm sure. I'm sure there's a way around it and they will update it, but VRAMer can't be run against PBR textures for obvious reasons, because it's not designed to work with them. And VRAMer is just such a fucking useful tool, because if you don't have access to VRAMer, then you basically have to be incredibly diligent with making sure that every texture that you install for your entire list from day one is purposefully the exact size that you know you're going to need or want it to be, and then that's it. No, I think he means, I don't think he means he doesn't know how to use whispers, Tank. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a tick. Oh, shit. Fuck. Fuck. Also, why is this above this? Okay, synthesis needs a complete fucking wipe. Where is synthesis? Synthesis, you need to find Jesus. Fucking hell. Titties. Oh, I learned something interesting today. I had it backwards. Apparently you're supposed to do, Parallax Gen, then Dindalod, not Dindalod, then Parallax Gen. I was misled. I had read that it was the opposite. But Parallax Gen, after I updated it, and I was reading through like the new features and everything and looking at all the tooltips, it was like, yeah, by the way, Parallax Gen first. I never do any Rybash or Bashed patch. I don't even know if my list needs it. The utility of Rybash has gotten lesser over time with the advent of synthesis and just people learning that it's often better to just hand order everything from the get-go. There's so much complexity now in the landscape of Skyrim modding that once you hit a certain level of modding for your individual list when it comes to things that change records of any kind, you're really almost better off just hand placing everything and then patching it yourself in Xedit when necessary. But bash patch at the very least is still useful for doing a lot of giving you a decent floor for leveled lists, with the exception of course, if there are things that you don't want part of the leveled lists, etc., and bash patch is fucking your shit up, then you still want to do like a bash patch and then maybe make sure there's no conflicts that shouldn't be there afterwards. What up, Abs? I asked Chat Jippity to do a thing, so here goes. Oh boy. Okay. Alright. Should I have my headphones on or something? I don't know what's going on. What am I? Is it just going to be I have no idea what's happening. I do know that synthesis continues to be a giant thorn in my side, and will just randomly decide to not run for reasons nobody will ever be able to fucking ascertain. So, there's that thrilling endeavor. A character limit? In Twitch chat? More than likely. No blocking errors, no updates, no nothing. Everything is set to match. There's no reason for you not to work. Just fucking do your damn job. Thank you. Oh my lord, did Black Ops 6 Zombies really use AI for one of the loading screens? Oh, it's a zombie in a Santa hat, and he's got 6 fingers. Come on. Come on. Unless it's supposed to be because it's Black Ops 6, then it's meta as shit. But that also just feels like a sick cop-out. What is that patch? The remove landscape vertex color? So, Sky King would probably be able to describe to you why Skyrim has some vertex color issues with certain land textures. But the long short of it is it helps overcome some challenges with blending, in my case, snow, where a ground snow texture meets a snow drift object. Because the object, like the snow drifts are actual, like, hand-placed objects, and then the ground snow. So it kind of helps with that. It also helps with the snow drifts themselves to some degree from being discolored in weird ways. It's it's more or less a texture fixer. There are trade-offs to it, but oh, here we go. I don't have text-to-speech for fucking for resubs. Otherwise, we'd be getting too many text-to-speech. That's why it's not on. Oh, son of a bitch. 105 months, that's almost a decade of questionable life choices, and by that, I mean sticking around for your shenanigans, Nova Kappa. At this point, I think I qualify for some kind of Twitch retirement plan, right? Well, not before me! Thanks for all the laughs, the epic fails, and for making me question my sanity every step of the way. Here's for another 105 months of chaos. My therapist thanks you in advance. Hey, I appreciate that, Abs. Thank you very much, brother. Sorry there's no fancy, robo female voice reading that, but yeah, I only have them on for donations. Otherwise, we'd be inundated with meme long paragraph long memes. But thanks, brother. Welcome back. 105 months. Woo! Let me tell you. You run all of your patches at the same time. I have like 4 different patches. So if you put them into patch groups, they patch in hierarchy of groups and then intergroup hierarchy. So you can do them all at once. You just the order matters, both internal group and then in that list, because it patches from top to bottom, and so the last, just like anything else, the last one is pulling from information. That open world loot patcher is supposed to... Maybe it's because I had it checked off. No, doesn't matter. We're not doing that now, anyway. The thing is that yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. There. Now we run Parallax Gen. My god. It's a never-ending circus. Fucking half an hour just to get into the game for running patches. $105 that's 9 years, 3 leap years, and approximately 1,000 terrible dad jokes ago. More than that, bro. Datbeard's here. We get through that in a month. I've been here so long, I'm practically part of the furniture, and not the good kind, the creaky chair nobody gets rid of. Shit. That's good. No PBR in this list. Open world loot needs... honestly, open world loot doesn't need any more patches than a lot of the mods that that touch on many aspects of the game. It's just kind of the nature of the beast when you get into that stuff. I certainly don't have any more open world loot patches than I do, anything else. A lot of that is also because you can apply the open world loot with synthesis. So if you just do open world loot and then you have the synthesis patcher, there's 2 of them. And then you just really all you need is, depending on if you want them or not, there's an open world loot randomized special loot, which just means that every time you start the game, special loot will be in different places, so it's not always the same. And really that's about it. But you want to, when you run the synthesis patch, you want to turn off that randomizer, because you want that to overwrite it. So you turn that off. And then there's 2 synthesis patchers. Dialogue must be disabled. Oh, for Christ's sake. Just skip them! Just skip them. Don't process them. Isn't there an option over here? Dindalod. But yes, the synthesis patch is enough. It applies open world loot to your entire load order. Asterisk to this. Like anything in synthesis that will apply to your whole load order, if there are certain things that you don't want, or certain NPCs that you don't want to have their inventory changed by open world loot, which typically just means that their weapon is being changed based on open world loot. But if you have, like, let's say a NPC overhaul and it gives them new armor and a very specific weapon to go with the armor, and you wouldn't want open world loot to, overwrite that, then what you would do is you would just make sure that you have a that you do a custom Xedit patch that ensures that for those specific NPCs, it has that stuff that you want for them, and then after you run synthesis, just make sure your custom patch goes above synthesis, and you're good. Saves like 40 fucking patches for open world loot. and allows you to get exactly what you want. And in my instance, although I fucked it up here when I was doing my patching, and now it's a master, so I can't put it below. Like I use Morrowind, Morrowind Miscellanea item distribution to pass out some more, you know, flavor weapons and whatnot, and then I have synthesis, and I have my custom patch for the NPCs that I want to have specific things. So you just, you know, you're running a few patches, and one of them is being done, you know, automating 99% of your work with synthesis. I also figured out, by the way, if you're using AI overhaul, at least from what I can tell, because I manually patched a bunch of AI as well, a way to apply AI overhaul to my entire list with not using a single AI overhaul patch. Using synthesis, it's possible. You can quite literally get rid of all of your AI overhaul patches, put AI overhaul at like the top of your load order, run synthesis AI overhaul, done. And for the most part, that will win out and you'll have AI pass on. You're still going to have to, like, there has yet to be a way that I've seen, you know, a way to perfectly apply things without something getting lost in translation. But that got me almost every NPC perfect. And then as I was going through to do my other NPC patching for open world loot, I just dragged AI overhaul in places where I needed to, which was like a handful, then done. So if I don't care about the NPCs wearing stuff that I want, I can just grab open world loot, install it, and then run synthesis. There's 2 synthesis patches. You want both of them. Yes, because they both do things the other does not. Is this doing the thing where it fucking freezes at 99% again? What is with everyone breaking their shit this week? It freezes during the zip process. Yes, you should. Double check one of those 2 synthesis patches has an actual page on the Nexus, and I believe it mentions the order of which one should go first. It might not even matter, but just double check. I'd tell you, but my shit's currently locked up, so. I still don't know where this BSA Marketplace Textures is. I've looked for it, I can't find it. No idea where it is. Parallax Gen's been telling me nothing is using it for the longest time, and I have no idea where it is. Not a clue. Skyland Landscape Complex Parallax assets are used with diffuse normal textures from Runes Clutter Improved. What does that even mean? Does it mean that those mods are making use of, or if it's being overwritten by, or what? Convince you to use well, I mean, open world loot comes with other stuff too, right? I mean, it does change, like, you know, encounter zones and things like that, so make sure that you actually want everything that comes along with it. I personally use open world loot, and then I layer arena on top of it to make sure I'm using arena's scaling instead of open world loots. Alright, this is going to be buggered because Dynalot has not been run with this set of parallax, but we're just going to load the game up. Moral loot. I was using moral loot before open world loot. I actually like a lot about moral loot ultimate, but it was just too many. It was too many patches and too many fucking mods. If you're looking to unlevel the world, I mean, you can just do that with synthesis. Like Sky Valor and its associated mods. Unlevel Skyrim, change AI behavior, all that shit. Yeah, true unleveled. Yep. I'm not the world's biggest fan of unleveling Skyrim, but if that's what you want to do, there are other options like that. For a second, I thought you had chosen the ultra-realistic blind mode with how long this black screen is. Kagami, I didn't even know you were still chilling out there. Yeah, no, it's just a real long time to boot up with all the extracurricular activities. We'll start a new game just for the sake of hoping that less things break. This is still busted. Something for Tomatoes farmhouses is fucking this up, or something's overwriting it and fucking these doors up. And it's been that way for an eternity now, and I keep saying I'm gonna fix it, and I keep forgetting to fix it. The hand grab animations are the forest vibes for sure. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, they add a lot to the first person's perspective, which I've always felt like Skyrim was definitely made to be played in first person. And like the last 7 years specifically, 4 for sure, the Skyrim modding community has seemingly unanimously decided that Skyrim needs to be Dark Souls, so it's been almost exclusively modding for third-person related activities. So LODs and stuff are probably going to be a bit fucky. We might even crash if I don't rerun Dynalod. That's true. We'll see. One thing's for sure, we're not going to have 60 FPS anymore like we did with the community shaders. That shit's going to tank. It going to tank. I want widgets, works with Sunhelm to hide the icons. I'm not using Sunhelm, so I have literally no idea. Why do those lights look so fucking bright? My guess would be there are 2 Lux lights. In one location. Alright, let's give it a second to load some shit up here. While we're doing that, we can, there we go. Okay. Oh. Can't forget to set that back. Get that set up. Good. Oh, how I've not missed you not being able to quite hit a constant 60 FPS. It was so magical for a time to have perfect, rock solid 60 FPS everywhere we went. But now you're gone. But now you're gone. We'll get down to Riverwood, we'll get accosted by the courier, and then we hopefully will have everything loaded in by then. I really like how your E&B looks in the day. I actually think my E&B at nights is frequently even better than day. I've been the least happy with how my E&B looks like in like the brightest times of the day, like 11 o'clock through 3. But, it's a work in progress. I'll eventually be happy with it. Yeah, those LODs are hella broken. Which we expected. Reran parallax gen, bunch of shit's definitely not right. Am I using northern nodes? No, God no, I'm not. I'm sadistic, but I'm not that sadistic. No. I just have a couple of patches, couple of mods that, that help blend the roads, the normal roads, and also get rid of some of the bumpiness. It's not perfect, but it gets you like 80% of the way there, and looks good, so.
I've been looking for you.
And I didn't have to, you know,
Looks like that's
fight a trillion things to, get it to work. So, fucking phenomenal as far as I'm concerned. No excessive patching required. What tree mod am I using? Yes. God, JK Skyrim has got way too many fucking objects in it. When I'm done patching all the towns, I'm really gonna go back through and just lighten it up. Just strip this bitch bare. Just too many fucking godforsaken. Oh yeah, we're not even using VRAMer, are we? Shit. Stuff's gonna be particularly fucky. I mean, there's nothing special about my Riverwood. It's literally just JK Skyrim's Riverwood, but, well, that's a lie. There's one extra thing in there. There's the windmill back there, which is the Ivy something something something. It's an apothecary shop in a windmill, which is kind of nice. Otherwise, that's what it is. So, the tree mods are the reason why I say yes is because it's more than one. It's not just one. Excuse me. I'm using a mix of EVT, enhanced vanilla trees, with the lush version, with a higher quality branch replacer. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. And, I'm also using, I used that mod because I wanted to have, I wanted to have a mix of trees that included some vanilla looking, like, Christmas tree spruce. And EVT fills that role. And then I got, Ulvenwald, which loads at the very bottom, because I just wanted Ulvenwald's, mostly just Ulvenwald's hand-placed trees. EVT is handling, you know, pines and whatnot, and then Ulvenwald has mostly their hand-placed trees to give me more variety. Then, I'm using Happy Little Trees for the snow-covered pines, specifically. And then for aspens, I have Aspens Ablaze. The tall version. All of those together, and then on top of that, I run for the Tundra. Of course, I have the Whiterun Tundra. Like I can't remember the name of it, but there's two of them that add trees to the Tundra. I'm using one of the two. I can't remember which one. And then because most of the tree mods I'm using are just vanilla replacers, I'm able to use Dense Nordic Forests, which is a mod from like 2019. And it adds 8,000 hand-placed trees using base vanilla bases. So it populates all 8,000 with the same general mix of EVT, Aspens Ablaze, Happy Little Trees, Ulvenwald. That combination gives me crazy density, great variety, and all the trees look like they belong together. They don't look like they belong in different fucking tree packs or some shit. Which was a goal of mine. Come on down. Yeah. Also, all of those mods, with the exception of Ulvenwald, which I had to go hunting down the 3D LODs, all of them have 3D LODs. Now, I'm only using 3D LODs for the closest LOD, billboard. Well, not really a billboard, but object LOD. And then as soon as it's not in LOD 4, once it goes to LOD 8 and 16, it's billboard 4 and 1. But the billboards are really well done for these tree mods, and so it's not really a big deal. It's not really like painfully obvious that you're looking at billboards. Like, for example, the aspens you see on the right are fully drawn in, and the aspens you see on the left are not, and everything looks fine. How far from Iverstead are we? My Skyrim geography knowledge is being tested. This is literally the standing stones above Riverwood. Is where we're standing right now. It's still no RuneScape, yeah. True. Definitely not. And despite all these extra trees that I've added, from all of my journeys since I've been testing to see where clipping and stuff is happening, there's only, like... I've come across a very small number. Like, less than 20? Maybe even less than 10? And some of them don't even really need to be changed. Like, they don't have to be. Like, this one, technically... It's coming out of the ground, out of the rock. But, like... Do I care? I don't know. Probably not. There are some in Rorikstead that need to be removed. They're inside of stairs. So, you know, that's a little different. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why you're seeing aspens occasionally is from that dense Nordic forest. They added aspens outside of the rift. There's not a lot of them. There are just some, and I like it. It makes sense. You know, Skyrim's big, but it's not that big. And while there would definitely be a biome in which the aspens are most prolific, couple of bird shits in the woods, and all of a sudden you've got aspens. I've been searching for it like crazy, but I can't find it. What mod modifies the standing stone's place? Like, not the model, but the place, adding that floor and all. That's Rin's standing stones, R-Y-N. If memory serves. I'll go check. One of my patches could be the, you know, I'll have to go look in the informative console. Yeah, we're down at 50 FPS now? Now again, keep in mind, 4K, no VRAMer, full fat 4K, with this kind of density, and an ENB. You know, you gotta... You can't have it all! So this is... Rin's Standing Stones, yes. Just canonically in my mind, I've never been a fan of the Seasons patches or the Seasons mods either, because canonically in my mind it is autumn in Skyrim. If it's autumn in the Rift, it's autumn everywhere. Because the biome, you know, Skyrim's not big enough to be experiencing, like, 4 different fucking seasons. And so, you know, I just prefer to have it once and then just... everything, it's fall. The assumption is it's fall. And then depending on, you're either in the mountains or not in the mountains, and that's where, you know, where you're seeing snow. See how low our frame rate gets over here? Probably not going to be great. You know, in the vanilla, it's just a circle where the 3 are located. In this, it's a whole place with loot. Is that from... yeah, it's Rin's Standing Stones. I'm almost positive it is. Like, it could be something else and I'm just forgetting. But the last thing to modify that was Rin's Standing Stones. So, that's the place to start, anyway. God, Dynalod needs to be rerun. Okay. Annoyance. Yeah? Water for E and B. No matter how far up the load order I put it. I get these seams where the water is flowing in different directions at different speeds all over the place. Water for E and B is as far up the list as I can physically put it, and we still end up with this situation. If you go to the Water for E and B mod page and you find somebody that asks about this, the author basically tells them that they're a fucking idiot and, you know, go take a long walk off a short pier with cement shoes. So, I don't know, I'm sure somebody has figured this out, but I have yet to figure it out. I was like, why am I getting hit so frequently? Oh, God, 40 FPS feels like 5 FPS. It's just awful. We're down to the 30s now, boys. Getting spicy down here with all these trees. No, we're back up to 50. We're okay. We survived. Animations are broken, though. Typical. The animation breaking is largely based on kill animations and other shit. It's super stupid. Classic Skyrim Bethesda shenanigans. They found Monopoly money inside the dude's backpack? Oh my god, you're kidding me. Was this guy a Batman villain? What the fuck is going on? Oh, 60 FPS. Savor it. For as soon as you turn around, it's gone. Locking FPS at 24? Calm down, Satan. You could lock it at 30. Smooth frame rate is almost better than higher frame rates that are all over the place. That being said, in a perfect world, everyone has amazing frame gen and not just Nvidia, and you lock it at 30 and then double it to 60. The other thing that solves this to some degree is being able to play with variable refresh, but I'm a streamer, so I'm kind of locked into having 60 hertz, otherwise screen tearing for you guys and everything else. Also got to look into the flickering LOD transitions. See what that's about. If I turn off the ENB, I get like 60, don't I? Yep. He's like, are they coming for me? I don't have my headphones on, I'm just getting attacked by skeletons. I don't want to accidentally hit these guys.
Enough.
Bless. But you see what I mean? I was talking about earlier with no, you know, in community shaders and whatnot, and what, like, you get 60 FPS, and it looks like this, with this kind of, like, density and everything else. You kind of just put up with it a little bit. You know? Having a smooth 60, and getting all the density and stuff. Ignore the fucking broken animations. So my only real options at this point with the ENB version to save frames would be when I regenerate Dynalod. I regenerate Dynalod with like 10% grass or 15% grass instead of 25 for distant Lod. And I still don't think that's going to do a lot. I've just been racking my brain for a couple of days trying to think of other ways in which we could gain performance back. But the reality is that a lot of our performance is just in the E and B, and it's the E and B because of the lighting being applied to everything. All these trees, all this grass. From the WODs, specifically. If you haven't seen the nights yet, this is what one of the nights look like. It's not the darkest night, but, let's be honest. How are you supposed to have a dark night with that? Let's just keep it 100. All these nighttime mods where on a clear night you've got that size, there's 2 moons and they're that big. How in the shit? How in the shit is it supposed to be, like, pitch black? That being said, the moon curve and brightness is a little fucking excessive. Hold on here. It's more like it. Yeah. It's just, you know, it should be dark in places where the reflective light is not hitting the ground. But, I mean, Jesus. That being said, Nat 3, one of my gripes with Nat 3 is that it does go a little overboard with the volumetrics. Like, look at how glowy the air is. It's like it's fog, but there is no fog. There's no fog and this is perfectly clear. And so, the only way that you can... Yeah, it's 15. So all of that extra is just... That is entirely volumetrics. This is with 0 volumetrics. Like, for me, in other nights, typically, I've liked about 5... has given me pretty decent volumetrics for nighttime. Torch bug particles from a mod? Yeah, I mean, there's torch bugs, then there's torch bug E and B light on top of that, so that they're affected by particle light in E and B. Dude, create is a fucking god tier tool. Create is honestly almost more useful on average than E and B. Yeah, well, the moon is lore friendly because I made it that way. Rudy's E and B by default desaturates the moon in every weather to, I think, probably to justify the fact that the ambient light is blue to make it more realistic, like real life would be ambient light, darker blue ambience. Because if you were reflecting that much red light, it would cast a reddish light, obviously, down below, and that's not very pleasant to look at. Could I go ahead and redo all of the ambient lighting at night when it's clear with the red moon to do that? Yes. I have the tools to do it between E and B and create. Am I going to? Fuck no. I'm just going to have the moon be closer to its real color and call it a day. That's it. Do the moons have phases? Yes. Even though, from a lore perspective, they shouldn't. At least, to my recollection, they shouldn't. However, the moons have phases and the sun tracks, and then Evlis allows the sun and the moonlight to cast directional lights, per where they are in the sky. Which is great visually, but it does fuck up detection from AI, because the AI is not seeing that. The AI is seeing vanilla light on your character. So what I'm seeing here, for example, and this is only an approximation, but like this is what the AI is seeing, plus however my character is being lit. Not perfect, but closer, because the weather mod is still doing a lot of work there. So when you add E and B and a weather mod and E and B lights and whatnot, it gets harder and harder to mod the game to have your character light level, which is what is one of the largest determining factors on detection. The harder and harder it gets for you to balance for stealth gameplay, because what the player is seeing and what the AI is seeing are totally different. So, like, the player, just as an example, even though this is not the case, like, let's say this is an even darker shaded area, right? And the player is, you know, being sneaky over here in the shadows. Well, the AI is not seeing that at all. Totally different thing. And so, like, it from a gameplay perspective, it makes it very difficult. You can only, like, you can fix it a bit, but it's still kind of faking it. Arguably one of the best things community shaders is going to enable is the ability, depending on how the weather mod authors tackle it, it should fix most of those issues as far as what the player sees, what the AI sees. So stealth gameplay would be better. Right now in this list, I've got a mod that converts E and B point lights to a type of light that the AI can see to help with character light level. And then I've got a couple of other mods to help with detection. So I'm using Raid, and then medium exterior, high interior, or high exterior, medium interior. Can't remember which mix. And then another mod that changes detection levels based on weather type. Those two plus the E and B point light converter it's close enough for now. Detection is based on light level, like how Diablo works. I don't know all of the ways in which the game is calculating as to whether or not the AI sees you. I do know that the light level of the player character is a massive determining factor. I don't know if it's the only one, but I believe it is the most significant. Let's go to Morthal and see if our billboards are still fixed. They should be, although... Oh, my Dynalod's a little fucked right now because I have to, rerun them. Yeah, it's quite challenging to, have detection be... I mean, and vanilla detection with vanilla lighting is dog shit, as you can imagine. Like, it's really bad. Like, when you level up, I'm sure if you played enough Skyrim, when you're a high enough level, you can basically, in broad daylight, walk right up to somebody. And, Bob's your uncle. You're pickpocketing them in broad daylight. Or some shit. Yep. So if you were here earlier when you saw the snow with community shaders and how I was fighting it with create and create to not have it be literally pure white and blown out. That is a really big hurdle for me because with E and B, the granularity of the controls allow you to really tackle problems like that and get a very good result, which I will show you before I go to bed. I'll probably run Dynalod overnight.
Probably not, but it's worth a try.
And see if we can get any differences. Or changes. I'm not following why the fire looks so fucking insanely bright right now. Is fire per weather? I don't mean the ambient light, I mean the flames. They look blown out in a weird way. Okay, they are ignoring. So it's not that, it's something else.
Need a ride?
Do I have access to... Ah. Even that's not a perfect solution. I don't know. I'll have to figure something out for that later. Where do you change the moon saturation in the E&B GUI? I'm also using Rudy for Nat 3. I'll eventually hook you up with my E&B because I actually just think it's better. I love Rudy's, but I have to blow smoke up my own ass. If you want to change it, it's per weather. You want to go to... And to be completely transparent, I'd only be able to do this if I had Rudy's to build off of from the base. It would have taken me a lot longer otherwise. It's under your weather, and then you want to go to sky. And then you're going to scroll down to the moon section. And then there's a moon desaturation toggle on nearly every, if not all, weathers in Rudy's. All of these are always going to be 1.0 or damn close to it. You want them down to 0. And then the secondary thing that can affect it to some degree, if you are using some level of desaturation, if you wanted to mess around with it, you change the, these, filter colors.
I haven't.
Sir, I would request that you stop.
If it's every other day, some stubborn Nord comes walking in, claiming these boots must be
Yeah, I mean, I totally get why Rudy did it. I get it. Like, it makes sense. You know, he's trying to account for the fact that he's trying to make a if you read the description, he's going for semi-realistic. And that means that, you know, blue light ambient at night is a priority, and it makes no sense if the moon is red and the size of, like, fucking Jupiter, casting blue light on the ground. But if you don't care about that, and you just want to be able to look up and see a red masser, then I think that's the name of it, Masser and Secunda, or whatever the hell, I can't remember what the hell the names of the moons are. Let me go daytime and show you guys real quick. Let's save that before I forget to. So even at the highest point of the day, you see how it's getting very close to clipping, but not, well, on stream it might just look like it's clipping. But it's right on the edge of clipping, which is what I wanted. It's really bright, but it's snow. It's not gonna fuck your shit up. You can still see detail. It's not just one giant puddle of white. Took me a long time to get the snow to look like this. But it was worth it, because now the snow drifts, which are like this right here, see how well that blends? You can see the edge of it, because ambient occlusion is casting a shadow on the lip, and there's nothing you can do about that, really. But you see how well that blends? Go take a look at how snow mounds and stuff blend on other E and B sets, or other mod lists, or vanilla. It's not good. It's bad. Not very many of them do a particularly good job about it. And in fairness, it's because it's very difficult. We're not, well, I shouldn't say it's very difficult. It's just annoying as fuck. And there you have it. Phenomenal, wonderful, magical snow. I gotta head out. I'm gonna go and get some sleep. And tomorrow, I've got flu shot. Yeah. So we're gonna do the flu shot, and can't get sleep time open Pokemon packs. I'll have to do that in bed. But yeah, gotta do that, and might be a couple other little things to do And then, if I can, I'll get back on, and we'll get back to work. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I said, I'll probably run Dynalod overnight. Maybe I won't even do that. We might go back to, still really close to just full clip. It's not, but it's close. That's an HD, that's a fake HDR thing. That's what's causing that. That's alright. I can always tweak that pretty easily. Yeah, we might be hopping back into, patching towns in Creation Kit. My favorite. My favorite. I have an issue with Tomatoes Landscape and Snowy Rocks that looks gray. I don't know how to fix that, but oh well. Yeah, so I'm... Tomatoes Landscape Snow is pretty good. I'm using Snowblind. And, over top of Tomatoes Landscapes. I'd look into Snowblind, Tomatoes Landscapes, Better Dynamic Snow 3. Those three will probably solve your problem. There are other things that I have going on here to help with terrain blending and stuff, but in general, those three, really good. Snowblind, if you have E and B, is the best for snow. If you don't have E and B, probably better to use something else because it's too bright by default, and you can't really compensate well enough for it. But if you're using an E and B, Snowblind is the way to go. Made by a Canadian, I think, if I'm not mistaken, who was getting tired of seeing other snow mods not look like snow. And who better than a Canadian to know what snow looks like. I'll see you guys likely tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. Mr. Sinister, thank you for that follow. And until I do see you, do me a favor. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. Stay safe, have a good one. As always, good luck. Have E and B. It's still the king. Just not of frame rates.